being told what to think and believe. Well, you are not alone. Jordan Peterson has fearlessly peeled back layers upon layers of deception, exposing the puppet masters orchestrating the grand scheme. Get ready to have your mind blown as we uncover the shocking truth behind the system of ideas and their nefarious plans to reshape our world.
Do you feel that you're dealing with a they, or do you, there's this biblical idea that what we war against is principalities, and I think of a principality, one variant of a principality is a system of ideas.
Yeah.
And I think, well, there's no, in a way, there's no they. There's a system of ideas that's a set of animating principles.
Sure.
Right, and it partially inhabits a multitude of people.
Well,
right?
I think there are two answers to this. There's a very diffuse they. If we say the woke, we generally know that we're speaking about people who think in certain ways, that they've adopted some of this power analysis, but it's very diffuse.
Yeah.
And maybe it's only a small amount, and maybe it's a great amount, and maybe it's on this issue and not.
Right.
But then there are the people who pay for it, and I mean with large sums of money. They're a very distinct they. Somebody has decided to pour the gasoline into this fire, and they decided.
Do you think that they have any sense? They again.
These people, I think they know exactly what they're doing with it. That they are disrupting Western civilization so that they can recolonize it with their own position. And this is why I get called a conspiracy theorist online, despite the fact that they basically write this in their books themselves.
And for you, who are the primary actors in that they?
Well, there's a front that I usually typically name that is obviously the people that are the public face of this.
Okay.
And these are people at the World Economic Forum, overwhelmingly centrally.
Did you read Klaus Schwab's Great Reset?
I did.
Yeah, it's quite the aggregation of cliches. Eh? I
It
got
is.
about a third of the way through it, and I thought, no, I just can't do this anymore.
The Great Narrative, his second book that he wrote, well, it's his fourth really, but the second book he wrote in that series is much more poignant. But the way that he writes is it's maybe 130 pages of the book, or I don't know, it's not that long. And it's business cliche, terrifying pair of paragraphs, business cliche. And so there's
that right, eh?
Yeah, so if you read it in regards to the fact that the meat, it's a lot of bun and a very little burger.
His camouflage is manager speak. So there is a
So you're
capacity
asleep
camouflage.
before you get anywhere.
Right.
More like you.
Well, I did notice too that a lot of the things I saw at universities that were really deep falsehoods weren't compassion; they were manager speak.
Manager speak, that's right.
Manager speak.
If you read something
then you
and it's putting you to sleep,
made those together.
it was probably designed to put you to sleep so you don't see.
Yeah,
But
manager speak is what people on the administrative front who have absolutely no ability cloak themselves in so they look competent.
that's right. That's exactly right.
Oh yeah, it's
So
something
here
to see, man.
in the middle, almost squarely in the middle of the Great Narrative for a Better Future, which is the follow-up book to the Great Reset.
It's called Narrative for a Better Future.
The Great Narrative for a Better Future.
Oh, yeah.
You can't
Okay,
make
I gotta
this
read
up.
that. I gotta read.
And so right in the middle, he has this set of paragraphs. It's maybe 5 paragraphs, but it covers 3 ideas.
I'm
And
so happy to
Number
see
one, we're going to force all of the corporations to adopt ESG standards, and we're going to do that through top-down manipulations of the public-private partnership, governments and big business working together.
Fascism, in other words.
Fascism, with conjunction
compulsion.
with the NGOs being the coordinating entity. So the World Economic Forum is a hub that connects these things, which means there's something probably behind it that's a different they that's really organized.
That's the Legion, by the way.
Yes. And then, so secondly, we're going to transform the youth to demand ESG. They won't work in a company, they won't buy from a company, et cetera, unless they're ESG compliant. We're going to change the youth culture. And then third, we're going to rewrite the social contract to accept this new norm.
Only those 3 things.
Only those 3 things.
Nice.
Very nefarious, though. And he repeats
Well, he's
this.
got the uniform for it.
He did the space
uniform
suit,
and the
yeah.
accent.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
he's
central casting.
central
nailed him,
casting.
man.
That's right.
Yeah, he needs a crow on his shoulder.
Yeah, or a bald cat to pet.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah,
So so he says this speech earlier this year, an interview. He says that we're going to rewrite the social contract. He says this again and again. But he says specifically this time, we're going to rewrite the social contract so that society accepts as we move from an economy of production and consumption to an economy, and I kid you not, Jordan, of caring and sharing.
Oh, yeah.
And that's communism.
You mean because productive generosity on the free market front hasn't worked?
Correct.
Right, because it hasn't lifted more people out of poverty since the year 2000 than lifted out of poverty in the entire history of humanity before that.
Yeah, but climate change.
Right. Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is
Yeah, well,
it.
it's so interesting, that like I've got a couple. Here's some. Tell me what you think about these ideas. So tyrants use fear to produce compulsion. They're after compulsion. They want to aggregate the power, and so they use fear. And apocalyptic fear is the best sort of fear to use.
Of course.
Right. And so now you can tell the tyrants, because everybody wants to know who's listening. How do you tell the tyrants from the real leaders? Okay, the tyrants will frighten you into compulsion, and they'll use the crisis and the catastrophe to justify the compulsion. And you might say, well, there's a real crisis, and the right answer to that is there's always an apocalyptic crisis.
That's right.
That's a universal, eternal truth. And it's partly because all of us die. It's partly not because you die and I die, but also because every single person we know, our whole culture, everything we know will die.
Yeah.
So the apocalypse is always there, and sometimes that happens dramatically, and sometimes it happens incrementally, but it happens. And so we're always facing apocalyptic crises.
Yeah.
Because of that, and then you say, well, in spite of that, you can have a form of government that's not a tyranny. Well, not if you use the fear of the apocalyptic crisis to compel and to aggregate power. And so any leader who tells you that the crisis is so intense that it necessitates emergency compulsion, that's a tyrant.
That's exactly right.
And then there's another corollary to that, which is, imagine you're tyrannical and you are genuinely frightened by this crisis. Then I would say your nervous system has indicated by the paralysis of your fear that you're too small a knight for that dragon. Right, and so you shouldn't be parading yourself around as a leader. It's like, no, you're a frightened tyrant.
That's
You're
right.
not a leader. And we can tell you're not a leader because you're a frightened tyrant. Right. If you were a leader, even in the face of a crisis, you would keep your head
That's right.
and you wouldn't use compulsion.
That's right.
Right. So all these apocalyptic nightmare mongers who are saying, well, we're going to burn up the planet. It's like, yeah, that and 10 other apocalypses, by the way. That doesn't mean you get to centralize all the power and take it for yourself and use compulsion. I really started to understand that as far as I was concerned, I was at war. When I saw that the leftist, radical, narcissistic, malignant types were willing to sacrifice the poor to their climate scam.
That's right.
Right? So, well, let's crank up energy prices. Well, why? Well, because renewables, because climate. It's like, do you know who you're going to hurt with high energy costs? You're going to destroy the marginal, right? Because all you have to do is energy and food. There's no bloody difference. Those people are barely clinging on to the edge of reality. You crank up energy prices 10%, you wipe out like 20 million people.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that's okay, sir, because, there are too many people on the planet anyways. It's like, yeah, I know who's speaking in that voice.
Exactly.
You bet, right? The great cosmic joker. Yeah, there's too many people on the planet.
Yeah.
I watch people actually say that. I think, do you know who's speaking out of your mouth? God, stunning.
So you know what the
Stunning.
great narrative is for a better future. He says it explicitly. This is closer to the end of the book. He, in one paragraph, says what the great narrative is after he makes his case. You saw the punchline is centralization of power.
Take those zones and
whatever.
hold them to your last
The
breath.
great narrative is we face multiple existential crises, climate change,
Four
pandemics.
horsemen.
Exactly. The four horsemen. We face multiple existential crises, the poly crisis they call it.
Yeah.
Therefore, we need greater
Enemy
global
claimed
cooperation,
Zone A. Zone C captured.
which of course is going to have to be managed by a system
The
of
Chinese are
stakeholders.
running around real fast.
Yeah.
700 million CCTVs, right? And gate recognition.
Yeah.
Such fun.
Smile for the government. I
You
saw a
bet.
video that showed the guy scan his face to
Zone
go
B
through the gate,
captured.
and it
You
didn't let him. It
have
didn't open,
advantage.
and it said in Chinese. It said, "Smile." So I assume it's true. Smile for the government, and he smiled, and it opened. Could you imagine?
Yes.
Well,
yes,
of
I've
course.
been in airports. I can imagine.
Yeah.
Zone
Yes.
C
of
left.
course.
I hate
In my
airports.
pocket now is my passport from the last time I went to China. I keep a little slip of paper they gave after they took all of my fingerprints, my handprints, and scanned my eyes, just to go. The last time I went to Beijing, 2019. So I carry it. It's completely faded. It's a heat transfer. So
Soon the drone is coming your way, buddy.
exactly.
Yeah,
Zone
the
A
gate
captured.
recognition
You
drone.
have
Nice
advantage.
poison dart for you.
Yeah, exactly. This is very scary. But that's it. There's your
Skynet.
tyrant, though.
We're building the good Skynet. It's like, really?
Yeah.
We're building the good Skynet.
good
are
Skynet,
you?
yeah.
Yeah. Wow, it's something.
And so the ESG openly is there to serve
BlackRock, Larry Fink,
BlackRock
In numbers,
and the United
Guardian.
Nations,
Evil
Excellent.
Central.
because they're set up to establish the reign of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of what they call Agenda
I
2030.
helped write those goddamn things,
Oh no.
And I got to tell you too, we worked on.
Do you know why there are 17 of them?
Well,
I'm endlessly
they-
curious about it.
No, I don't know. When we helped wrote the document, we were like 170, and one of the criticisms
B
that I kept
lost.
levying is like, hey guys, guess what? You can't have 170 priorities.
Right.
You can have one priority because that's what makes it a priority.
Yeah.
And I tried to find out why there's 170, and the answer was, oh, there's 170 different constituents to please, and we don't want to offend anyone. It's like, oh, you mean you don't want to do anything? It's like, well, yeah, that is, no,
Yeah.
that's what we mean, but we don't usually say that.
Sure, of course.
Right, and that, I would say in my defense, such as it is, that if you think the document that was produced, you should have seen what it was like before it got edited.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, right. Well,
it's
one of the
bad.
things I did realize after going through that process was that, well, apart from the fact that it was preposterous to have 170 goals, that no one had rank ordered goals in any halfways intelligent way. There was no cost benefit analysis. And then Bjorn Lomberg's team started.
Right.
Bjorn wrote a book a while back, right? How to spend such the intelligent approach to, I wouldn't say the polymath frames. You know, if we were actually going to try to help lift the remaining people in abject poverty out of poverty, Lomberg has shown that there are ways that are far less expensive than the trillions of dollars that we will waste not fixing the climate, just like they've not fixed the climate.
Right.
Germany, what a catastrophe, eh?
What- yeah.
The bloody energy cost now, 5 times as high. Unreliable, dependent on Putin and other dictators around the world, right? And they're burning lignite, so per unit of energy, they actually produce more pollution. It's like the Green Revolution. Right, and their response to that criticism is, we have to do stupid things. We have to do stupid virtue signaling, destructive things faster.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. God.
Yeah.
Stunning. Net zero.
Net zero.
Right. Zero for you.
Well, have you seen the absolute zero as well? That's beyond. This is a project, a think
Fire
tank
team
project,
that fights together
2018,
stays together.
FIRES, which is a conglomeration of the British government and Cambridge and Oxford and University College London, or whatever that's called. And all of this lays out the idea that, and of course, this is just the Overton window stretching. We should take it seriously, but it's probably not what will happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Zone
But
B
they argue that
captured.
net
Zone
zero is not nearly
advantage is
enough.
yours.
It's at absolute zero. An absolute zero.
No, they're saying what they mean.
Absolute zero emissions.
Where
by
everyone
2030.
freezes. An
That's
absolute zero.
Well, they openly in the document say people should start buying one.
Especially old people.
No air travel at all.
I know. You know,
No
France
container
banned
ship.
short-haul flights
Yeah.
2 weeks ago between any two cities that were connected by rail. I know the absolute plan is, well, this is what I said. Net zero means, all you peasants who are watching and listening, you should pay attention to this. Net zero means zero for you. That's what it means. And by planet, you little people, you don't need cars. Oh, you need the private automobile. I knew 15 years ago
5
that the bloody
minutes remain.
totalitarians would go
A
after
strong
cars.
start.
Sure.
Because nothing
Fight on.
screams freedom like a 350 horsepower
be
Mustang
lost.
in the hands of a 16-year-old boy. It's like, no, we got to clamp down on that.
That's
It's like
right.
he can go wherever he wants and do whatever he wants, you know, cluttering up the planet, producing carbon.
Yeah.
So it's like no cars, right? The goal
Yeah.
is 90% reduction in private automobile ownership. It's like, well, we get to have an electric car. The grid can't sustain electric charging. Well, how will we deal with that? How about you peasants don't get to have cars? Right. No cars, no flights, no meat, no heat, no air conditioning.
No container shipping.
Oh yeah, who needs goods?
So we go back to our neo-Marxist Herbert Marcuse writing in '64 in One-Dimensional Man, and what is he saying? What's his argument? He says, well, the problem with socialism is it can't produce. The problem with capitalism is it's not sustainable. It overproduces and ends up
So
destroying.
well, you need
advantage is
unsustainable
yours.
non-production.
Correct.
Right. That's the socialist solution.
And so-
how about we have the best? How about we have the worst of both worlds?
Yeah, and so he says, what do we have to do? We have to start getting used to less, lower standards of living, fewer gadgets.
We,
not
right,
you.
right.
Not
And
you.
all the people who will be getting us used to lower standards of living will be flying around in their private jets, deciding how to do that, eating steak.
That's right. Of course.
Oh yeah.
Zone A
See, that's the
lost.
system.
So you are a conspiracy theorist, fundamentally.
Well, I mean, I fundamentally reject the word theorist. I don't think it's a theory. I think that they're open about their collaboration. And so,
Yeah, well, that's so interesting, because we have Antifa, right? and at the same time, we have actual fascism. And everything that Antifa attacks has nothing to do with the actual fascism.
That's right.
Yeah, so there's another great cosmic joke for you.
Yeah, the anti-fascists are supporting a gigantic conglomeration of governments, large banks, and industry. Isn't that all working together?
Companies and
Pharmaceutical
legacy media.
Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah, it's really
Cosmic
great.
jokes are piling up.
Yeah,
Hold
well,
strong,
I've been posting
and this
pictures of
battle
evil
is
clowns
yours.
lately. And people think they're wondering what the hell I'm doing. The form of insanity has now gripped me. It's like I realized that Satan. I started to understand that, you know.
Zone B
when I
lost.
encountered
Zone
the
A
sign that was
captured.
over
Zone
Auschwitz,
advantage
the sign
is
that was over
yours.
Auschwitz was "Our debt will be free,"
Yeah.
which means work will make you free.
Right.
It's a joke. In Auschwitz. Well, yeah, but who's the spirit behind Himmler, right? Who's
Yeah.
the great cosmic joker? And then also mutual assured destruction, right? The acronym for years was MAB. I thought, oh, that's a joke too.
Yeah.
Zone C
All these
lost.
jokes, you know. And then I watched The Death of Stalin. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, it's great. It's a movie about.
I've heard, yeah.
About. Oh, it's so great because it portrays the brutal reality of the Soviet Union. There are terrible, murderous, raping, catastrophic things going on in the background of the movie nonstop. And then there's these 5 jokers, one of whom is Stalin, and the rest of his evil crew. And they
Zone
are
B
like
captured.
they're
Zone
bumbling
advantage
parodies,
is yours.
right?
That's a
Everything's a
power play.
parody,
You
and I
took
realized
them.
that.
Now
Really
hold.
thinking about that, thinking about
Zone
that
B
motif
lost.
of the joke
Victory
and the
imminent.
clown, which has become so prevalent in modern culture. Things become totalitarian, turn into a parody. Well, in the rain is a parody, and what's happening to women's sports is a parody, and what North Face is doing
Zone
with their
B
advertising is a
captured.
parody.
Power play. Keep the pressure on.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
what did Marcuse write in '69? So I wrote in the essay on liberation that it's
Victory
crucial that
is
the
all I
resistance,
ask.
meaning them,
Good.
the radicals, take on the form. He said it's clownish forms. It's so irritating. It must become an
Your
antinomian.
victory gives the city hope,
Everything
Guardians.
upside down.
Everything upside down.
Everything
becomes, and then so Judith Butler talks about the politics of parody. You get this kind of despair. We'll
Oh,
never
I didn't know
transform.
any of that had
Oh,
been
yeah,
actually
the
laid out as
politics of parody.
strategy.
Yeah, politics of parody, the clownish forms that irritate the establishment. I remember reading this because, of course, Clown World is the meme on the internet. They call it.
Yeah,
Clown
yeah,
World.
yeah.
And I'm reading Marcuse, and I stumble on this, take on the clownish forms. It's like, oh my God, Clown World was a plan.
Right. The only thing about the evil clowns is they're not funny. Right. That's the big. Well,
not
because
funny.
no, they're not funny.
They're not
That's right.
funny.
They're not funny at all. It's not funny at all. Right. And so, and that's quite interesting too, because one of the things you see about the totalitarian left is they really hate comedians.
They
Right.
hate-
So they love parody, but they hate comedy.
That's right.
Right. Right. And it's got to be parody of the darkest form.
Yeah, it's always dark or almost
Destructive.
intentionally stupid or destructive. Yeah, every time. Every time. Grotesque, frequently grotesque.
Yeah, frequently monstrous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's never funny.
Okay, so how do you know you're not just crazy?
I ask myself that a lot too, and I don't know that I have a really great answer for that.
Is your wife sane?
She seems to be pretty sane. She's very grounded.
Okay, well that's helpful, and she still likes you.
She very much likes me, and she is very convinced that I'm not crazy. So
Okay.
and she has
so
a pretty
then
good
you could
reading.
have a folie à deux, right? You could both be crazy. Do you have friends?
It's a few, yeah.
Are they sane?
Some of them not. Maybe I don't know. It's a weird world we occupy, but
Yeah,
most of them
sure
are.
it
Most
is.
of them are.
Well, that's one of the ways you can check, right? Is you want to have people around you, especially if you're playing in this abysmal realm. Let's say you bloody well want to have people around you who will give you the straight story.
Give you the straight,
because You'll
that's
get
right.
demented and bent out of shape. You know what did Nietzsche say about the abyss? Right?
right.
You stare into it and it stares back.
That's right. That's right.
Right. And if you fight with monstrous forms, you have to be very careful that you don't become monstrous yourself. Right. And I don't think you can do that yourself. I think you have to have people around who are going, tapping you into
Yeah,
shape.
hey.
tapping you, yeah. Keep the humility up and the gratitude.
I'm not particularly impressed by what he's done.
I get called a pimp a lot, but the reason I use the term is because I don't see it as a negative term. I see it as positively inspirational and motivating person.
Nah, that's what he did.
Nah.
That's what he did.
Nah, pimps, electronic and otherwise, are the lowest form of life.
My MO was find girls, make them love me, and make them work for me.
I used sex as a tool to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house and make me money. I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it to me. Give me it all. I was all about trying to get paid.
So, seems like a lot of conservatives are turning on the Tates and the red pill in general.
What are you charged with?
That's a really good question. I'm charged with being the head of an organized criminal group, which is in charge of recruiting girls to make TikTok videos.
They face charges which include human trafficking and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women.
OnlyFans is the best hustle in the world.
Are they accusing you of using violence or?
No. They're accusing me of using the lover boy method, coercing them by being nice. I don't mention webcam until after I've had sex with the girl. If you're on dates and you're trying to mention it and shit, it just doesn't work. It puts them off. I'd never do that. That's disgusting. I'm not a whore. It's just not gonna work. You continue as normal, no mention of webcam. You fuck the girl. After you fuck the girl, you do the PhD test. So yeah, on CobraCape.com I have my PhD program, and that is, PhD is a pimp and hose degree that I'm,
Clever.
And that teaches basically
Control.
how I met girls, how I met girls, how I got girls to like me, how I got girls to fall in love with me to work on webcam for me. And you're always working. Why don't you work on time together? What if you're doing what? So I'll have a webcam business. Oh, I don't want to do that. So okay, I know you don't want to do that, but listen, come, let's have a meeting. Let's just talk about it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Fine. But let me explain it to you properly. In fact, I'll bring one of the girls who works for me. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. You don't do the selling. The girl has to hear it from a girl. And this is where your bottom bitch has to be trained. That's why I said it's so important to have a good first girl. Because that's what I did. That was my
The
MO.
zones are yours
Make
if
them
you
love me
fight
and
for
make
them,
work.
Guardian.
This girl's like, okay, well, I'll try it. Put both girls on camera together the first day, so the new girl could sit there and just sit with the other girl and get drunk. Give them a World Cup.
Enemy claims Zone C. Zone A captured.
He takes 50%. Around 50%. They thought they were on 50%. And I said that they...
You captured Zone B. You have
We got
advantage.
to the point where
the guy falling in love with my whole serious kind of love, sending crazy money. This is almost where I kind of felt bad. $200,000. I had these guys selling their houses, life savings, loans, all of it to me. Give me it all. I was all about trying to get paid.
It always kills me that these guys are now the advocates for men, like men suffering and all this stuff.
Yeah,
But
they're
they just
creating.
made their empire of money on stealing from lonely, depressed men.
Yeah.
It just kills me.
they-
The irony is so fucking mwah. It's like, hey, lonely, pathetic man, I'm gonna save you. But I also made all my money by taking advantage of you. It's just so beautiful. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna set it up so that I'm gonna
Yeah.
and I'm gonna take your money, and I'm gonna turn around and take your money by making you hate these guys.
Yeah! It is crazy. When you put it in the holistic, you're right.
You double dip. You double dip.
Yo.
And it's the men saying, yo, I burn preacher, Sims, and this and that, and rooting for this motherfucker. You got double dipped.
Yeah, because now he's going on conservative outlets like Tucker Carlson talking about how bad prawn is. And I'm like, bro, you made all of your fortune on prawn.
All the cars,
Why
all
are
the
you
mentions.
sitting here acting different?
Yeah.
You're in the webcam business.
You're saying I never did those things, but you said that.
I'm gonna be honest with you, even I haven't seen some of these videos.
Zone B lost. Enemy has
Yeah,
advantage.
do I think this dude do some trafficking? Absolutely, I believe it. I mean, based off what he said himself, that's why I believe it. Here's the thing, I don't believe somebody can run an empire with 75 different women, all of these different locations, bottom bitches, all these enforcers, and there was never no violence. From what I saw from them WhatsApp messages, there were clearly threats of violence, and we didn't want to. So I'm just saying, what I've seen, it doesn't make me believe that this dude was kosher and kind out beating himself. I used sex to manipulate them. I was basically coercing them, lying to them about how much they get paid. getting their money. This dude did everything shady under the sun, admits to it on his own videos by self-snitching, and now wants to claim like, I did nothing wrong, I'm a great person. You are a much better man today. But the shit that you did in the past is still good.
I saw him smack girls with a belt.
I've seen this one.
Yeah.
This is the one that I didn't believe because the girl came on camera and said it was just BDSM stuff. She said it, then I'm gonna just let that go and move it by the wayside. I wouldn't call this against the person.
I get called a off, but the reason I use the term is because I don't see it as a negative term.
Your enemy can't kill if they're dead.
Nah.
That's what he did.
Nah.
That's what he did.
Zone
Nah.
A
That's
lost.
what he did.
Power
Nah.
play.
P-I-M-B.
Enemy has your zone.
No, I heard what he did.
You're not accepting?
Nah.
You're not?
Nah. That is maybe the most cringe fucking shit. Nah. This is like when them girls talk about crystals and fucking astrology. That's on
Zone
that level
B
of cringe.
captured.
Oh.
No, no, it's the bitch. Bitch. I'm a bitch. Babe in total control of this.
Yay!
That's it!
That's it!
That's it!
What the hell, bro? Fresh. I mean, it's 28. Skincare routine, how do you get your skin? And for a lot of fellas, talking about skincare is a little bit awkward because either we're too ashamed to do it or it seems a little bit too feminine. But the truth is, having rough skin,
You
having all
have
these little
advantage.
dents everywhere, isn't something that you necessarily want, especially if it's things
Only
very,
5 minutes
very good
left.
products. I recommend going through that process. And that's where Teach Henley comes in. They got a great system in place where you can use web products to achieve your skincare goals. I personally recommend level 1 system for all bases. Any face that gets rid of all the face. They got a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of all the dead skin cells. AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because we all need to make sure our skin is protected from the sun. And the cool thing about Teach Henley is all the boxes come with a scrub. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teach Henley get 40% off retail price. The ability to pause or cancel at any time, as well as free US shipping.
Click on the link below. Not only save 30% off your first box, but you will also receive a gift. Get it. It's uncomplicated.
Zone C lost. They have advantage.
That's what I use. Look at this. Better this morning.
Yeah, positivity, inspiration, and all that.
Let me read you what you have said about you have said, I used to go on a few dates, sleep with her, get her to fall in love with everything I say, and then get her on webcam so we could become rich together.
I don't think that's what I personally said.
That's exactly what you said on your website.
No, I've never said that.
Nah, bro. So you got that on your website. You try to pretend like you don't own the website afterwards.
Yes, you
Because he
did.
said that. He said, I don't remember. It's on my website. But he advertises the website afterwards. It's just so crazy the way he's
Captured
trying to
Zone A.
and I
You
understand,
have
because
advantage.
legally,
Enemy
his life
has
is on the
zone
line, so he wants to
advantage.
disassociate himself with a lot of his past, right? He's made his money from the sex trade. Exploiting these people. Now he wants to walk away scot-free with his money. I understand. Any good criminal who's made a lot of money would want to be able to do that. But, to be honest, this man did
3
that
minutes
shit,
left.
and he said that stuff. And it's okay. You got it.
Stop raising daughters so they don't end up 304s, prostitutes, on the pole, OnlyFans, etc. Most men I know don't have daughters for these
Zone
reasons.
C
I'll chime in
captured.
very quickly
Zone
and I'll say,
advantage is yours.
one, I have recruited, I think,
Zone A lost.
more
Enemy
girls
has
into, I
advantage.
guess, the adult industry than anyone else. I really have. And the one type of girl I couldn't recruit I would do that for money. I don't need money. My family's rich. So when I see these broke boys on Twitter,
Zone
and on
B
Instagram,
captured.
oh, my
You
daughter, I'm
have
raising her
zone
right. She's like
advantage.
9 years old, but he like works some crappy job. He's a wagey. I'm like, she's gonna get that Louis Vuitton purse one way or another. So you might want to level up your game and buy it for her, my G.
So, since that video's gone viral, a bunch of people see this video now and have some things to say. One of them than Jordan Peterson, who came out. He was not holding it down.
That shut them down.
In response to Andrew Tate in the recent video, he says,
Zone C
pimps,
lost.
electronic
Enemy
and
has
otherwise,
advantage.
are the lowest form of life. And people were like, no. I mean, you're not far off the truth. Listen, I don't know when this happened, but maybe it was a recent thing. But people are romanticizing pimping like it's a cool thing. No. Pimps and what they do to these women is rarely good. Very few of these women come back from that.
Enemies
A lot of them
almost
fall
won.
completely by the wayside to addiction, or they end up dying shorter lives by becoming street prostitutes afterwards. It's hard to come back from being in those kinds of situations. They destroy human life. So if anybody wants to sit here talking about how pimps are
Zone
low,
B lost.
don't even try to
Your
sell me on
enemy
this shit.
has a power
Pimps
play.
are some of the lowest forms of life, and I'm not even mad at anybody who wants to say that. How do you feel about pimps? You a big fan?
You're beaten. This time.
Very impressed.
Some people on the right, myself
You eat
included, have always
monsters
been a
for
little
breakfast.
skeptical of the guy
You can
and
win a
pointed out
battle
that
for
he's
territory.
literally a pimp.
Again.
And that's not great. That's not very conducive to virtue. So Andrew Tate sat down with Tucker Carlson to insist that he's not really a pimp. And my friend Liz Wheeler over there juxtaposed his interview with Tucker with other things that he has said openly on camera and makes it seem as though either Andrew Tate is suffering from a very serious bout of amnesia or he lied to Tucker. Look, man, I never seduced women and manipulated them into working for me. That's what they're accusing me of. But isn't that so crazy? And then, as Liz points out, he's said many times publicly that this is exactly what he did. The best defense, which he sometimes makes, though recently has been trying not to make, is that he didn't the girls, he just seduced them.
You know what's so funny about that line of thinking, too, is like, when you were thinking about the fact that this guy would joke about them being 15, 16, but, like, oftentimes they were young 18, 19-year-olds. And as a grown man seducing, like, such young, impressionable minds, to not only fall in love with you, it's like, I think it's one thing if you a grown-ass man and if you want to make these women fall in love with you and then you want to marry them, okay. You know, a 12-year age difference, you want to do that for your life, that's fine. But turning them into sex workers when they're that young and impressionable, me, is very slimy behavior. And the reason why you go for these young women is because you know they're so malleable and you can take over their minds. And then that's why you do it, right? Not only because of their virtue, their youth, but also because you know they're malleable, right? So when you're using it for your own self-interest to make that, it makes it an extra level of slimy.
A predator in the jungle is not going to go like, oh shit, that animal looks bigger than me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's going to go from a smaller animal that looks like a prey.
No.
That's what I believe that's what he did. But then again, I believe that's what he did because that's what he said he did.
That's the only reason why. If he never put out those videos on
I
instruction,
wouldn't have any proof, but he said he did those things. Absolutely. It's like, I don't have much to say. Like, he said that.
I think a lot of people don't care because it's women on the other end suffering, one, and two, it's women who did sex work.
Yep.
And so for a lot of people, once they see that, they instantly start judging them and say they're less than human, right? Mm-hmm. They don't give a fuck, which is fair. You want to think that way, that's your choice to think that way. But I would say, how many of these women would have become that if it wasn't for this guy? He says it himself. Every girl that he hired had never done this line of work before. And they only did it because he said he made them fall in love with him. So this guy's creating the very kind of women you don't like, and then you guys are therefore shitting on them for becoming those kinds of women. Just saying, if you hate those women for what they do, you should hate him just as much for making them. But no, you want to praise him. Because deep down inside, I think a lot of the people who hate these sex workers also deep down inside want to be with them in different circumstances.
Well, the proof is whenever they go to different podcasts, you shit on them, but then subscribe to their OnlyFans.
Yep. That's why I don't like this stuff. Me, I'm perfectly fine with conservative people who want nothing to do with sex work and nothing to do with Andrew Tate. I think that's a perfectly fine thing to do based off the consistency of your morals. But people who shit on these sex workers, but also prop up the kind of man who made them, I just don't get that, in my personal opinion. And I think it's good that conservatives are distancing themselves from it because they just look like clowns when they want to talk about, oh, abortion's bad, sex work is bad, this, that. But then at this time, like, the person that they're hailing as a hero is a fucking self-admitted pimp. Mm-hmm. Really? That's who? Someone who manipulates, scams. I think it's a bit weird to have those two things juxtaposed. But that's just my opinion. Anything else?
positively impacting, manipulating people, or whatever it is.
I don't know. Actors.
He really thought he did something.
He be sounding cheesy as fuck.
He really
sometimes.
thought he did
As the most influential man in the world. In my
Show your
opinion.
enemy this place belongs to you now. Take the zones.
After the 100th time, every interview.
You captured Zone A. Enemy claimed Zone C. Zone B captured. You have advantage. have advantage. 5 minutes remaining. A strong start. Fight on. Zone B, Captain. You have advantage. Zone B lost. Enemy has advantage. Zone B, Captain. Zone advantage is yours. Minutes. Hold strong, and this battle is yours. Zone B lost. They have advantage. That shut them down. One final push and victory is yours. Yes! 3 down! One minute. Won't be long now. You're defeated. Fight again. Persistence is key. This war is for territory. One that you can win. Fight another. Move in and take those zones. They are your life. Enemy claims Zone A. Zone B lost. Double down. Zone B captured. You have advantage.
Suggesting the root of the word magic is the act of enabling. Despite modern science, you might think of magic as the ability to create coincidences. You could even say that if someone is learning about the soul, magic is the act of applying it, which is in line with the Egyptian concept.
5 minutes left. Keep it up.
To give you a better idea, anthropologist Evans Pritchard and magic among the
Zone B lost.
of North Central Africa.
You captured Zone B. You have zone advantage.
So it could be easier. However, target sat under it, and not a moment before now, of course, this is a secret. I would hope he's not just goes dropping buildings. You get it. You're
Zone
not
B
gonna shoot
lost.
fireballs out of your hands. It is historically speaking, as far back as the Middle Paleolithic Old Stone Age, we start to get evidence of religious behavior as well as the purpose. Belief in an afterlife is 40 to 45,000 years ago. In paint and ritual to the real stuff. And then there's apotropaic, using amulets to ward off evil or keep luck. What's kind of interesting though is that there's
3 minutes. You're winning. Stay strong.
doing some kind of dance. Really sounds challenging. In short, a mixture of shamanistic and theism compromise the world's first religion. Now, the first Western concept of magic and spirituality is rooted in the ancient Judeo-Christian and Jewish systems, as well as whatever and while we can't really say for sure what form these took, one of the and Egyptian papyrus.
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage.
In around 100 BC, animals and substances, along with instructions for ritual preparation, hymns,
Zone A lost.
all the later experiments in the medieval period. While it's often thought that magic died out with the rise of early Christians teach Zoroastrian priests were developing the original gospel never actually mentioned it. The Syriac churches say they were in the book of Acts, however, we see
A fire team that fights together stays together. 1 minute. You have this. I need a hunter like you with the red jacket.
and you know. Also, then continue. During Europe's monks' manuscripts tended to combine Christian formulas and rites with Germanic
30 seconds stand between you and victory.
demonic possession, or other We all know how
Double down. 10 seconds. Bring it home,
during
Guardians.
the Middle Ages, the church divided the concept of nature, God,
A victory well executed.
and demonic.
Your victory gives the city hope, Guardians.
Selling your soul, and magic became much more demonized. But like telling a kid not to do something, this basically led to the golden age of magic. Grimoires, books of spells, became very popular and widespread, and it's around this time that we get some of the most famous magical texts. It's actually really funny. Despite the church outlawing any kind of book that contained divination, necromancy, and demonology, there's a lot of evidence that the medieval clergy were the main practitioners of magic, and thus the owners, transcribers, and circulators of grimoires. With over 7 grimoires to be exact, being written by popes alone. Like, what exactly? Later during the Renaissance, there was renewed interest in ancient Middle Eastern practices, Neoplatonic mysticism, and Arabic texts on alchemy and astrology. Marsilio Ficino studied astral magic and the power of music to channel cosmic influences. Pico Mirandola sought hidden knowledge in Jewish Kabbalah, while Giordano Bruno explored the mystical Hermetica, which helped to lay the groundwork for much of modern science and the age of discovery. If you don't know any of these names, that's okay. All you gotta know is that they were serious players during the Renaissance and did some pretty big stuff for Western civilization. Fast forwarding to our modern era, magic is often divided into different kinds of groups. Now, you can make the argument that magic is simply energy work, and there's really only one kind that's just expressed in different ways, right? But people tend to play around with different arts, like divination, astrology, there's also geomancy, you got alchemy, meditation, evocation, and necromancy too. Just to name a few, of course. If you've ever looked into modern magic at all, you've probably come across the whole right versus left-hand path dichotomy. If you ask followers of neo-pagan religions or New Age circles, they'll often tell you that it equates basically with white and black magic, or that some magic is good and others are bad, a belief carried over from the early church. But here's the thing though, the whole thing is kind of pointless. If magic is just the control and direction of energy, it isn't really good or bad. Magic has no color. There's only energy and yourself. While working through magic, you might find that elements of the energy are alive in their own way, but the techniques are simply a tool to manifest. Think of magic like a hammer. It can be used to hit someone, sure, but can also be used to build a house. That doesn't make the hammer good or bad, it's what you do with it that counts. The whole concept of right-hand path versus left-hand path originates actually in Indian Tantra, but most modern-day occult groups who abide by one or the other do so out of wanting to control their members, and say what kinds of magic they can or cannot use. In fact, many left-hand magicians see the notion of karma as self-imposed, or a tool used by dogmatic spiritual groups to control the actions of their members. Some modern occultists, like Peter Carroll, have stressed that both paths can actually be followed at once, as they essentially have similar goals: self-empowerment and creating
Control.
change. But on a more practical level, the right-hand path focuses on worshiping deities, with the eventual end goal of becoming one with them, or experiencing transcendence, working to completely dissolve darkness. The left-hand path, though, tends to embrace the dark as well as the light in order to invoke the alchemical formula solve et coagula, dissolve and precipitate, confronting the negative in order to transmute it into desirable qualities. Rather than merging with the source and dissolving the ego, left-hand practitioners generally aim to reunite with the divine.
Show your enemy this place belongs to you now.
Again,
Take the zone.
that creation ability to become their own god and create their own reality. Think of it as enlightenment, but retaining the ego. Now, of course, this is a huge,
Enemy
huge,
claimed
huge,
Zone
huge
C.
thing.
You captured Zone A.
But hopefully you get the general idea. It's important to note that Sanskrit, Pratipata, from which the modern left-hand system comes via Madame Blavatsky, was simply seen as another path to enlightenment that was against the orthodox Vedic scripture because it incorporated Hindu taboos like sex, drinking alcohol, and eating meat. It wasn't considered bad or evil, just a different path.
You captured Zone B.
So,
You have
if
zone
we put all of
advantage.
this together, magic is basically your own morality. The same energy that's used to protect someone can also be used, but it's all on you and how you use it. While we can't ask that you use better judgment and always be passion, it's also important since your path can be empowered by Worldline's ideology. While the left-hand path is often considered evil, it's just a path of no gods or authorities, except yourself.
Zone A lost. They have advantage.
But at the same time, maybe there's something to be Don't forget, this is the episode. We're going to get even more into the craft. So
You captured Zone A. You have advantage. You captured Zone C. Power play. Keep the pressure on.
On top the right, the chain obey
You took them, now hold them. So they lost. Minutes left. Keep it up.
you feel the rhythm?
Control. Take those zones and hold them to your last breath. Enemy claims zone A. You captured zone B. You have zone advantage. Zone B lost. Zone A captured. You have zone advantage. Zone A lost. Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours. Double down. Zone A captured. Power play. Keep the pressure on. Zone C lost. Zone C, power play. Keep the pressure on. Zone B, lost. I need a hunter like you with the red cap. Power play. Keep the pressure on. Zone A lost. Keep it up, and victory is yours. A victory well executed. Your victory gives the city hope, son.
We have a taken infestation I'd very much appreciate your help with.
How bad is this infestation?
You'll see soon enough. We're trying something new, courtesy of our Cabal allies.
Using pyramid tech?
Precisely. Protect that device and it'll clear out the blight.
And how much has this been tested?
It's being tested right now. By you.
Of course. It's actually working.
See? Nothing to worry about. When you kick a hornet's nest, surely one of them is bound to be a bit bigger than the rest.
And fleshy with tentacles? Deborah's seen a hornet recently.
Out it goes. that's the last of them. Guardian, you have my thanks. Especially for continuing to keep the EDZ safe amongst all the hubbub going on so far from home.
Home is where the taken are, eh?
Listen up. Separathum's risen hive have been tearing through our Guardian forces. They're taking our light. Once you locate their leader, our scions will send you both into the mindscape. There, you can sever its connection to Separathum.
And while you're down there, take out as many hive as you can. hive drain the light from our gardens. It's horrible. Stop them before they do something worse. Hive are bold, flaunting their stolen light in front of our faces. Their confidence will be their undoing. Feed them their own swords. projections of Savathun aren't real, but they do real damage. Lucky for us, so does the Synaptic Spear. Drive it through the Witch Queen's illusions. The Traveler must see something in the hive that we don't.
Consider yourself lucky. The Traveler could have chosen the Cabal.
How is that worse?
Because if Cabal had the light, you would not be alive for this conversation.
Ah, Guardian. Ghost. Lovely to see you at my doorstep again.
Get rid.
We have a infestation I'd very much appreciate your help with. You'll see soon enough.
That's a lot of flight.
It certainly is. We're trying something new, courtesy of our Cabal allies.
Using pyramid?
Precisely. Protect that device and it'll clear out the blight.
And how much has this been tested?
It's being tested right now. By you.
Of course. Actually working.
See? Nothing to worry about.
chimera ahead.
When you kick a hornet's nest, surely one of them is bound to be a bit bigger than the rest.
And fleshy, with tentacles? Devrim, have you seen a hornet recently?
Right. Well, out it goes. That's the last of them. Guardian, you have my thanks. Especially for continuing to keep the EDZ safe amongst all the hubbub going on so far from home.
Home is where the taken are, eh? The bridge is lowering. Let's move. Here she comes. Eris, it's over. Hashladoon is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladoon's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
These are just a few things you'll come across on social media. All things vying for consciousness. By consciousness, I just mean attention. But what if social media is taking on us more than we may actually know? Mentally, energetically, physically? This video is going to be really important in helping you understand the degree to which social media affects us. I think a lot of times we know the downside is very surface level. Like we'll say, yeah, it gives you FOMO. So in this video, it's going to be a more in-depth look. As I get into this video, I'm going to terms that can be very important to understand. First, I'm going to start with defining the conscious and subconscious mind. Quote, the conscious mind can be described as whatever you are currently aware of.
Listen up. Savathun's risen hive have been tearing through our Guardian forces. They're taking our light. Once you locate their leader, our scions will send you both into the mindscape. There, you can sever its connection to Savathun.
And while you're down there, take out as many hive as you can. around our fire teams. They've been desecrated, drained of their light.
The most we can do now is honor their sacrifice.
Burn out the hive, Guardian. Carry on their mission.
My scion sense portal energies not commonly used by the Hive.
This could be why they were harvesting light.
Take up the Hive relics and rend their shields.
second projections must be how Savathun manipulates her followers.
However she does it, the synaptic sphere will drive her out.
When I commanded my forces against the Guardians, I saw you as children, spoiled by the light. But now that I fight alongside you, I see that your true power is your metal, not your traveler's blessing.
Hundreds of years of dying over and over have made the Guardians fearless and ferocious.
That's the kind of resolve I need on my war council, Lord Saladin.
Your attention span is messed up. It's just a fact. It's just the truth. And in this channel, we talk about truth. So if you're watching this at 2x speed, for the fact it's normal. A good quote here is saying that the key is using your consciousness to positively influence your subconscious thoughts. Learning how to use the two together is a powerful tool. We have to consciously be aware and use our analytical mind to understand our social media usage and how it's programming us. When we start being very logical about that, we make the right decisions of, like, let's say, less time spent consuming better content on social media, being more strategic about that. And then from there, that better content that you consume, you start being programmed in better ways. My channel is a great example. Here's another quote I like. Every moment that you are awake, your five senses are taking in a constant stream of information. These experiences are stored as memories like a computer stores data. You do not need to actively recall most of this information. So yeah, I invite you to take breaks from it every now and again. I want you to be mindful about the words I just said and how you felt internally. Did you feel like a jolt of resistance in your body? That's your subconscious telling you something. That's your subconscious telling you, oh, I'm not comfortable with taking a break from social media. And it's good to be honest about that. Not going to yeah, Jim, I totally agree. I should watch how I'm using social media. Maybe take a break every now and again. But subconsciously, social media is a deep habit that serves some sort of purpose in your life, whether you're using it for escapism, entertainment of some kind, or a certain reason that superficially helps you. Subconsciously, you don't want to break that habit. That's why that jolt of resistance may be there. Now, if it's not there, cool. If it is,
The subconscious doesn't care about truth. It cares about what it is used to and what it is repeating. It cares about the world. Think about say it's
Here she comes. Eris, it's over. Hashladoon is dead.
This is a relief to hear. But Hashladoon's presence is no coincidence. The Hive must have grander ambitions for the Pyramid's influences. Return to me. There is much to discuss.
So hard that you think you have no choice but to carve it into your mind in order to survive in this world. But you do have a choice. You can do better. I love you. Moi.
There are 3 exotic armor pieces that are part of the only builds you will ever need in Destiny 2. One for hunters, one for titans, and one for warlocks. They make every kind of content in Destiny 2 significantly easier, but more importantly, a hell of a lot more fun to play. None of these builds require high stat armor or any specialist knowledge. You don't need to be a min-maxing tryhard to learn how to use them. All they need is a little patience, time, and a willingness to learn. If you're new to build crafting, this video will introduce you to this wild world of obscene power fantasy. Once you get started, there's going to be no going back, and you will find yourself hooked, like I did. But if you're a seasoned veteran of this world, chances are you've seen these builds around. You might pick up something you didn't know before, as we're going into high detail as to how everything works. If I miss something, I invite you to add to this video in the comments. Destiny 2 have become the meta. It's hard to name a more iconic duo in YouTube space. Except maybe for YouTubers, and the sponsor of this video, Raid Shadow Legends. Come on, you knew it was overdue. I thought it would be mean, but I downloaded Raid last night and I haven't been able to stop playing it. It's an RPG with over 700 unique champions, each with their own unique skills and abilities. Choose between options such as the terrifying undead, brutal warlords, regal elven warriors, and so many more. The game looks complex when you first boot it up, but honestly, I was surprised.
Guardian, we've received limited intel regarding a Vex information depot. I want you to get in there and figure out what they know.
Greetings, Captain. Commander Zavala has requested that I run tactical on this mission. Please allow me to help you with your invasion of the Insight Terminus.
Hello, Failsafe. You're familiar with this place.
Oh yes, quite. The Vex were very active there when the Exodus Black first arrived on Nessus.
The Vex that murdered my crew came from there.
I'm sorry that you have to relive those memories.
It's all right. It's only taken me a few centuries to suppress them.
Guardian, I'm making the elimination of Kargan your priority on this operation. His crew has been active all over the system. From our intel, he's mostly targeting Vex installations. However, removing him can only strengthen our position. Put him down.
Massive chunk damage dealt, and the end result is that after one good tether and one clean shot on a major, your superbar will refill past the halfway mark and set you well on your way to your next tether.
I have good news and bad news.
Give us the good news first.
According to the Vex, Kargan has almost complete control over the local Vex Gate network. I predict several detachments of Cabal over the next few minutes.
No, I said give us the good news first.
I did.
Kargan is getting dangerously skilled at manipulating this Vex architecture. Maybe if we catch him, he can give Cade a lesson or two. All right. We need one more. Keep an eye out for another Cabal drop or Centurion.
Are more nice to haves and aren't super as. When you make this build for your.
There's Kargan. Firewall in place. That should slow him down. pretty sure he realizes we're not going to let him get away with stealing the data while we're here.
You are correct, friendly ghost. A massive buildup of energy indicates several Cabal transports are inbound to your position.
You asked for it.
Location secured, Commander Zavala.
Good work, Guardian. What intel did you discover?
There's only one data artifact here, labeled Oxa, and it's seriously corrupted. Metadata says it was last accessed by an Otzot centuries ago. What is Oxa? And who is Otzot?
Those are questions for another day, I suppose. But for now, well done.
Throw your hammer at a red bar to kill it. Then pick it up and throw it at another enemy. Then pick it up and throw it at some more enemies. Titan-like punch. Hammer, punch harder. The throwing hammer is so unbelievably strong that it makes short work of mages and champions. Always aim at the biggest part of your enemy when throwing, and if possible, try to throw it downwards so that in the case it misses, it just hits the ground once and doesn't bounce too far. Bounce off your enemy on a hit, so make sure it's close enough to pick it up. For our subclass, any since your close quarters and your hammer's doing all the work, healing on command is very, very handy. For aspects, select Soul Invictus to get sunspots on targets that have been defeated. Sunspots damage enemies and select Roaring Flames as your hammer grants you a stacking bonus to your abilities and ignitions. For fragments, you honestly level up Ember of Torches for Radiant, Ember of Searing for creating fire sprites and hammer and Gene going. Tier 10 resilience will make you very good.
The Cabal incursion is isolated around a nearby Vex structure. They haven't yet had a chance to fabricate heavy fortifications.
The Vex are agitated. Expect their interference as well.
Go show them the power of humanity's champions.
Look at this. Picking apart the Vex like carrion birds. It's pathetic.
There is no glory in what the Cabal are seeking here, just desperation.
Agreed.
This Legion's champion is near, Guardian. Perform the rite of proving, call him out, and show him the power of the light. hunt is over. Excellent work, Guardian.
I'll let Zavala know of your exemplary work here. The Cabal will be feeling this loss for a while.
Any of these plot lines would be the main focus of any respectable normal show, but here, that's all in the past. These events have already happened by the time we catch up to our crew on the Bebop. Now we see our crew going on quote-unquote meaningless one-off stories, but the thing is, the more that you watch, the more you realize that, simply put, these stories aren't you're gonna have to carry them experiences. All of our characters are drifting through space, both physically and mentally. And while they don't like to admit it, these adventures leave their mark on the crew, and it has impacts on how they deal with their own pasts. And speaking of the past, the Bebop just so happens to be the place where all of them will have to face the sweet, jazz music-filled past one way or another. Cowboy Bebop has two different types of episodes. One-off episodes, such as leaving a lobster in the fridge for so long it becomes sentient, and by one alien episodes where every character must face their past.
The Temple to Oryx is protected by one of Savathun's toughest warriors. He's guarding something. Something you can use like you use Sagira's shell. But the only way in is through some old canals, which means we need a boat. You leave that part to me. That's our guy, the one guarding the temple. What's he doing away from his post? This could be our chance.
Look, back there. The path is unblocked.
There's your ride. You just hop on and I'll handle the rest. Controls and how does this... Ah! There it is. Here we go! Boat's moving!
Why did we stop?
Yeah, I don't know. Didn't expect this. Just a little hiccup. You can get that barrier down, right? Sure you can. Hey, you did it! Good job. Boat's on the move again.
Finch, we're stuck again.
Seriously, but I did the thing. It's just this hive tech. It's so archaic. Just give me a sec. Got it. Okay, we're getting close to the swamp now. From here.
You said this is a temple to Oryx?
Yeah, that's right. Savathun's brother. The Taken King himself. Now be careful here. Something happened to this place. It's overgrown with darkness.
I can sense light here, though. I just can't see it. Maybe there's a safe path through. Looks like we're all clear, Finch. We're heading in.
Careful. The knight guarding this place? He's an old rival of Oryx, and he's no joke. Pretty funny that Savathun has him guarding Oryx's temple, though.
she comes back to the Bebop, she finds Jet shot, Ed and Ein gone, and Spike leaving on an assisted suicidal mission. It's the second time that she's had her home ripped away from her, and this scene chills me every time.
Why are you going?
She already knows why he's leaving. She knows where he's going, but she begs him to stay all the same. We finally see Spike's depression rear its head for the first time as he tells her. Spike knew that he was unable to let go of his
I'm going to find out if I'm really.
It feels like in order for his life to have purpose, he has to find out if the choices that he made were worth it. Looking out over the desert and seeing the mountain that he was traveling to, he just wants to know it was worth it in the end. Him leaving the others behind. This scene devastates me every time. The cold realization of losing her new family slowly creeping over Faye as she collapses in the hallway. Jet pointlessly cleaning the ship another time. It's now the only thing that he has left to cling to. Spike tells Vicious of Julia's death and says that he intends to end things. And things do come to an end. They come to an end for Julia, for Vicious, for Spike, and for us. We find out what Julia's last words were. And the last thing that we hear is Spike's final word, ending the dream. Remember how I mentioned the title card and the end of the episode being important? I didn't understand the point of Cowboy Bebop when I first watched it, and I didn't particularly like it. I had heard all of these people hyping it up for so long, and when I finished it, I thought, well, that was okay, I guess, and went about my day-to-day life. That is
Need something new? Eververse has it.
Hi.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Hello, Guardian. Welcome.
Hi there. Check, check, check. Done. Sign, please. Check. Whenever you need me again, Guardian.
Always something new at Eververse. Our inventory is stocked, so no rush.
As we then watch Spike walk outside and look up at the snow, or rather the pollen that caused the in the first place. And in Jupiter Jazz, we see a good man who held on to his ideals for so long, only to watch them slowly crumble. And now as we catch up to him in the episode, he's resigned and accepted his fate. He helps Faye with profound insight and advice, and ending the big episode with an incredibly moving scene where we see
The Temple to Oryx is protected by one of Savathun's toughest warriors. He's guarding something. Something you can use like you use Sagira's shell. But the only way in is through some old canals, which means we need a boat. Leave that part to me. one guarding the temple. What's he doing away from his post? This could be our chance.
Look, back there. The path is unblocked.
Not get over how slow it was, how disinterested it was in the mystery, the characters, the world, everything. Apparently, I'm not the only one. Other people have expressed the same frustration, most notably a fellow YouTuber named Skimble Reviews. Unlike him, though, I didn't express my frustration because Proxy was my most requested topic, and I didn't...
There's your ride. You just hop on and I'll handle the rest. These weird hive controls. I mean, how does this... Ah! There it is. Here we go. Boat's moving.
Why did we stop?
Yeah, I don't know. Didn't expect this. Just a little hiccup. You can get that barrier down, right? Sure you can. Hey, you did it! Good job. Boat's on the move again.
Finch, we're stuck again.
Oh, seriously? But I did the thing. It's just this hive tech. It's so archaic. Just give me a sec. Got it. Okay, we're getting close to the swamp now. Temple's not far from here.
You said this is a temple to Oryx?
Yeah, that's right. Savathun's brother. The Taken King himself. Now be careful here. Something happened to this place. It's overgrown with darkness. Those two killed each other about 1,000,000 times over, but she dedicated a temple to him. It's funny how that works.
Looks like we're all clear, Finch. We're heading in.
Careful. The knight guarding this place? He's an old rival of Oryx, and he's no joke. Pretty funny that Savathun has him guarding Oryx's temple, though.
New identity. Ergo would This was the horrible truth of the Ramdo government. They were created to further the interests of the humans that ruined Earth in the first place, and then die when their purpose was fulfilled. Not only is this a horrifyingly bleak scenario, it gives legitimacy to the Ramdo government's demiurgic rule, to their desire to keep their citizens. What benefit could come from knowing the truth in a situation like this? To know one's reason for being would only provoke a murderous resentment. Despite this, the authors of Ergo Proxy attempt to demonstrate that, even in a situation like this, there is a hopeful path one can follow.
Psychology and alchemy. Jung was also known as the king of what?
The answer was king.
The anime makes subtle theories of the Swiss psychoanalyst. The primary reason why is because Jung took the question that Nietzsche posed very seriously in the hopes of preventing something like this in the 20th century from happening again.
Perhaps this is why the Nine sent me here.
This is why, so many times throughout the anime, we see the Vincent personality become consumed by the Ergo personality. And when that happens, Ergo begins to... Vincent eventually learns that the only way he can solve this problem is to do as the Gnostics did, to retreat inward, to engage in gnosis, discover his true identity, and in doing so, learn to code. The answers he finds run many of the answers Young discovered in his work. The coolest parallel to Young's work in ergoproxy are the references to alchemy. Get ready, because this is really going to blow your minds. In basic terms, Young believed that the tradition of alchemy was one big psychological metaphor. The alchemic pursuit of the philosopher's stone, which contained within it the elixir of eternal life, was as much an external as it was internal.
That's enough.
What makes me not want to pass this off as a coincidence is the fact that another entity, same process with their are also
It's not so bad here.
black. He is a similar element of journey. This all begs the question: how does one integrate conscious? Young. This would require a confirmation of shadow. The shadow is the abstract term that gauge all the processes out of the dark side of ourselves, the transgression of unconsciousness. There are times when Vincent where that unconscious side will reach out and try to track it. In order to stop this, while people in the real world
I think I screwed up my
Still more
wrist.
to do. I could use some coffee.
Okay if I listen to music while I work?
Don't forget. Wait. What was it?
his shadow self, and he looked up at the humans returning to a destroyed Ramdo. Because I had faith that when the humans arrived, Vincent had done I understand that some of you might think what I presented as the most philosophical anime.
have to look at the did not have the way that Taoism or Buddhism did. The introduction of written language and systematic written religion helped to bring cohesion and unity to the varying Japanese tribal states, a unifying system of ideology and communication that everyone could relate to. These tribal states, however, were not uncivilized barbarians. They had their own systems of organization, a feudal system of sorts, and these political organizations came into direct conflict with the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism. Japanese nobles quickly adopted Chinese Mahayana Buddhism, a sort of mixture of Taoism and Buddhism, as a religion of learning and scholarship emerging from China and Korea at the time. But this form of Buddhism had a serious problem for the noble elite. It introduced organized religion as a political source of power, in conflict with the traditional Japanese tribal hierarchy. For example, circa 760 AD, a Japanese monk named Dokyo very nearly managed to overthrow the imperial house and establish his own dynasty through his political manipulation of Empress Shotoku. His plot was halted after it came into direct conflict with the power of existing political families, including the Fujiwara clan, who would have de facto power over Japan during the Heian period that would soon follow. Or consider, for example, the Tendaishi, a Mahayana Buddhist school founded in Japan by the monk Saicho. Saicho was a monk who traveled to China in 804. And Buddhism, known in Japan as Zen Buddhism, from Dao Sui, the seventh patriarch of the Tiantai school of Mahayana Buddhism. Saicho returned to Japan with some Tiantai texts and was given permission by the Emperor of Japan, then Emperor Kanmu, to build an independent Tendai school in Japan to counter the growing political power of the Hosso school.
Control.
Tendai school's ideological adversary due to disagreements over the Five Natures doctrine. The emperor's permission allowed the Tendai school to achieve substantial power and influence, and as the Tendai school emerged as a political land-owning organization, it would come into conflict with other political organizations, including the warlords of other tribes and the monks of other schools. This led to the emergence of a class of warrior monks in Japanese society.
I know you can fight, but can you hold territory? Enemy claimed Zone A. Enemy claimed Zone B. Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone A lost. Zone C lost. Your enemy has a power play. Zone A captured. Zone B captured. You have zone advantage. Zone B lost. 2 for 1. You captured Zone C. You have advantage. Zone C lost. You captured Zone B. Zone advantage is yours. Zone A lost. That shut them down. Five minutes. You captured Zone C. Zone advantage is yours. Zone B lost. Zone advantage is yours. Zone C lost. Your enemy can't kill if they're dead. Ha ha. Your enemy is pushing for victory. Punish them for it. You have zone advantage. Three minutes remaining. Zone A lost. You're beaten. This time. No, not this time. Controlling those zones is the only path to victory.
Commodore Matthew Calbraith Perry of the United States Navy, under orders from American President Millard Fillmore, approached the Japanese planet Uraga at the entrance of Edo Bay. Consisted of 4 steam vessels: the Susquehanna, the Mississippi, the Plymouth, and the Saratoga. In defiance of the shogunate's orders, the ships sailed past Japanese lines. The ships were soon surrounded by Japanese guard boats, one of which carried a sign written in French. The Americans would not depart. The United States had 4 times before attempted to open Japan, and each time the Americans had left in failure without successfully negotiating a right to trade. But this time there would be no negotiating. Commodore Perry refused to speak to any Japanese representative who could not speak with the authority of the shogunate. And when a representative of the shogunate, or at least a person pretending to be so, was finally permitted to meet Perry, Perry issued an ultimatum. He carried a letter from the President of the United States, and this letter was to be received by an official of sufficient authority. If no official attended him and his letter, Perry would land troops and march on Edo to deliver the letter himself. Perry accompanied his ultimatum with a very American gift to the Japanese, a white flag, and a letter which stated simply that if the Japanese chose combat, the Americans would vanquish them. As this was happening, the bureaucratic machine of the Tokugawa shogunate was completely incapacitated due to the illness of Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu. A high-ranking official, Abe Masahiro, decided on his own that accepting an American letter was not a violation of the shogunate's policies, and Perry was permitted to land on July 14, 1853. Perry marched ashore with 250 sailors and marines after a 13-gun salute from the Susquehanna. The president's letter was presented to a high-ranking samurai, Toda Ujiyoshi and Ido Hiromichi, and just like that, Perry departed, promising to return in 1 year. The shogunate court debated fiercely on what to do next. Not helping the situation was Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu, who chose this precise moment to die. Ieyasu was succeeded by his son, the sickly and weak Tokugawa Ieyasu, leaving the shogunate vulnerable and weak at the most crucial time. Commodore Perry returned on February...
Show me you can take ground. Hold the zones.
8 vessels and 1,600 men. The shogunate court, weak and terrified, submitted to virtually all of the terms of President Fillmore's letter. The shogunate, however, was unwilling to...
Enemy claimed Zone C. You captured Zone A. Zone B captured. You have zone advantage. It's time, Guardian! Crush them! Zone B lost. Enemy has zone advantage. You captured Zone B. You have zone advantage.
Emperor's edict. The shogunate was quick to offer an apology to the British. The shogunate was easily able to numerous rebellions. Near the to make a very long story
I've seen enough. I'm calling this one. 2 for 1. A victory well executed. Impressive. You could give the Redjacks a lesson in territory control.
dialects. The old samurai class was slowly but steadily abolished, and old traditions were destroyed in favor of rapid industrialization. Military conscription became mandatory. Now all the men of Japan would learn to fight, and not only the samurai. The order of the world under heaven was changing once again. And one of the modernizations the Meiji government deemed most essential was religious modernization. Here, the foundation set by the shogunate came into play. The institutions and bureaucracies of religion had already been absorbed into the state, and religious ideologies had largely been extinguished. What remained was an irreligious religion, the hodgepodge remnants of Shinto that the shogunate had once tried to consolidate for its state purposes. The Meiji government shaped this religion into a new faith, Koka Shinto, State Shinto, where old Shinto revered many spirits and deities, and saw the emperor as being a divine representative of a more pantheistic notion of gods. New Shinto, State Shinto, was designed to emulate what the Meiji government saw as advantageous about westernized religion, that it was more monotheistic and absolutist in nature. The emperor was no longer a representative, but a god among mere mortals, and Japan became a special nation among all others, as it alone had a true god emperor. State Shinto was a religion built by committee that created a new god from the ashes of old Japan. The idea of the Japanese emperor as a god is a recent development, dating only as far back as the late 1800s. The late Meiji era saw Japan emerge onto the world stage as a great power, capable of defeating even the militaries of great Western nations, such as the humiliating victory of Japan over Russia in the Russo-Japanese War, the result of which was the Treaty of Portsmouth, a treaty which gave Japan control of Korea, which it would later annex, and substantial portions of The Meiji era ended in 1912, and was followed by the Taisho and Showa eras. The rapid industrialization and modernization of Japan was an astounding success, and Japan shocked the world with its achievements. But while many of the Meiji Restoration's developments brought great prosperity to Japan, Koka Shinto did not. The people were indoctrinated into the belief that their emperor was a true god and their nation was divine. The result, inevitably, was an extremely zealous nationalism, and from that nationalism emerged a military-controlled Japanese government that quashed all dissent and pushed the national rhetoric of divine exceptionalism to the furthest possible limits. We all know what happened next. Japan, following what it saw as the Western example of imperialism, attempted to expand its territory and economy through warfare and unequal treaties. And when those imperialist efforts yielded fruit, Japan would go one step further, allying the ideologically similar Nazi Germany and fascist Italy, and embarking on a series of brutal conquests, the likes of which were nearly unparalleled in their cruelty and horror. Japan started these conquests full of divine fervor and belief in the superiority of their people and their god emperor. But where did Japan end up? The legacy of Koka Shinto was a completely devastated Japan. On January 1st, 1946, the United States forced Emperor Showa to renounce his divinity. The emperor himself would say to a confused and sorrowful Japanese people that Japan as a nation was not built upon myths, and the United States rewrote the Japanese constitution, specifically targeting state Shinto, while also attempting to avoid lasting resentment by permitting some aspects of state Shinto to remain, including such private ceremonies of reverence. The new Japanese education system was forbidden from teaching religion in schools, and a new prevailing idea emerged among the Japanese people that the brainwashing and zealotry of state Shinto was what led Japan to invade other countries with such cruelty, and was what ultimately led Japan to ruin. Alright, Mumi, I can hear you say, that's great, what is this, hardcore history? Can we get to the video games already? Where are all the funny jokes and visual gags? I can't promise too many funny jokes to come, but we are getting to the video games. We've gone through a lot of history, so let's summarize before we get to modern times and eventually to JRPGs. Japan adopted the concepts of immortality and mortal ascension from Buddhism and Taoism through cultural exchange with China. The concepts mixed
Control
with Shinto form the basis for many of Japan's myths and cultural legends. The Japanese idea of divinity, then, is also a mix of folk religion, Buddhism, and Taoism, in that there is a heavenly hierarchy of sorts, and all divinity in a rise from heaven in some form. The organizations of religion develop political power and come into conflict with the state. The state fights against religion and wins, subsuming religion into the organization of the Japanese state, and the head of state becomes as a god. Another religion then emerges in the form of Christianity, and with it comes new gods, the West and all of its modernizations.
Show me you can take ground. Hold the zones.
And the old god, the shogunate, passes. The multi-headed god then rises to replace the shogunate. The emperor...
You captured Zone A. Enemy claimed Zone C.
The son of the sun is a god.
Zone B captured. You have zone advantage. Zone A lost. Enemy has zone advantage. captured Zone C. You have zone advantage. Zone B lost. Enemy has zone advantage. Zone A captured. You have zone advantage. Zone C lost. Just took the lead. Zone B captured. You have zone advantage. They have advantage. Your enemy can't kill if they're dead. Zone C captured. You have zone advantage. Zone C lost. Enemy has advantage.
Japanese economy was in total
You captured Zone A. You have zone advantage. Two for one. Only 5 minutes left. Zone C captured. That's a power play. You took them. Now home. They have advantage. Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone A lost. Enemy has zone advantage. You captured Zone C. Zone advantage is yours. Zone B lost. 3 minutes. Hold strong, and this battle is yours. The enemies almost won. Zone C lost. Power play. Enemy has your zone. Rise from this loss and fight again. You eat monsters for breakfast. You can win a battle for territory. Again.
Chinese state-owned banks. Number 5 is JP Morgan Chase. And the 6th largest bank in the world is Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi is larger than Bank of America, larger than HSBC, larger than Citigroup. It is larger than Lloyd's and Goldman Sachs combined. The Mitsubishi Corporation itself is Japan's largest general trading company. What you know of as Mitsubishi Motors is only one company itself, and a larger parent company, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, which includes Mitsubishi Motors, Mitsubishi Chemical, Mitsubishi Power, Mitsubishi Space Systems, and Mitsubishi Atomic Industry. That's right. The company that makes the car which just cut you off on the freeway sounding like the scream of a howler monkey set to the ambiance of Beijing on Chinese New Year while barely managing 60 miles per hour is also an atomic power company. If you play a lot of JRPGs, this might all sound a little bit familiar to you. Can you think of an organization in any highly regarded JRPG that resembles a kairetsu like Mitsubishi in its scale, power, and control? In Final Fantasy VII, one of my favorite games of all time, the Shinra Electric Power Company controls the city of Midgar, and essentially the entirety of the endgame world. Despite being a corporation, it is in every respect that universe's de facto god. A false god that exploits the good in the world for profit, and promises a false heaven, a literal promised land, built itself on laws meant to suppress the people and give them hope and develop power, ultimately for Shinra. And this is not a subtle implication at all once you know the context. It's literally in the name. Shinra is made up of 2 kanji. Number 1 is Shin, meaning god or deity, and 2, Ra, meaning in this case web or conglomerate, the god conglomerate, the divine kairetsu, Shinra. Mitsubishi and the other kairetsu promised heaven to Japan. However, in 1973, the high increasing stage of the economic miracle came to an abrupt halt due to the 1973
Control.
crisis. In 1973, the price of oil increased from $3 a barrel to $13. This caused Japan's industrial percent, and thereafter Japan supply commodity prices. The secondary oil shocks in 1978 and 1979. The price of oil increased again from $13 per barrel to Japan struggled economically during the season, but not nearly to the extent.
The zones are yours if you fight for them, Guardian. You captured Zone A. Enemy claimed Zone C. Enemy claimed Zone B. Enemy has advantage. You captured Zone B. You have advantage. Gains the lead. Together as one. I love it. Zone A lost. Enemy has zone advantage. Zone C captured. You have zone advantage. Zone C lost. Enemy has advantage. Five minutes.
Japanese conservatism.
You captured Zone C. Zone advantage is yours. Zone A captured. That's a power play. You took them, now hold them. 3 minutes remaining. Zone A lost. Zone A captured. That's a power play. You took them, now hold them. Zone C lost. They have advantage. Don't let your enemy take this without a fight. You're beaten. This time. You eat monsters for breakfast. You can win a battle for territory. Again.
Before we get finally to our discussion of video games. In the West, we are painted a very rosy picture of Japan. Beautiful scenery, futuristic technology, bullet trains, clean streets, and delicious food. And all of this is true, in part. But it is not the whole picture, as some of you may already know. Corporations and capital took power in Japan, and the PvP and the monopolistic cadets. A social contract was drafted, a series of de facto commandments one must follow to get to capitalist heaven, a purpose, a meaning of life. You live your life for the company, and only the company. You are employed the moment you graduate. Shinsotsu Ikatsu Sayo, levy and mass of new students. And you work at the company for life. Shushin Koyo. Wages begin low, but seniority is rewarded. You prove yourself through hard work, and slowly you become a senior. You prove your devotion to the company in exchange for its blessings. You sing the company song, you surrender your vacation days, and you work unpaid overtime. In exchange, you receive conspicuous consumption. But as the economy faltered and the lost decade stretched, so too did that social contract deteriorate. The corporations, bloated and fat from 50 years of uninterrupted growth, were old-fashioned and narrow-minded. The young people, mobilized for economic war as if they are soldiers, are pushed through a hellish, grueling school system. Japanese students go to school at 6:30, start at 8, finish school at 3, but then virtually all students continue thereafter to do after-school activities. The more serious students, which is all of them, will then continue to tutoring, cram school, or library study for those capable. There may also be some extracurricular activities, such as instrument lessons or sports. I have seen some reports that show Japanese students actually work fewer hours on their homework than American students. Why, this report says Japanese students only do 3.8 hours of homework a week. Korea being even more lenient with homework at only 2.9 hours. The Japanese and Koreans among you will laugh at this chart, I am sure, because the true experience is this. You don't even get home until 10:30 p.m. from your bukatsu and your cram school and your music lesson. Many bukatsu even feature a nap time period around 7:30 for like half an hour, and a short meal time which your parents must pack for you, so that you can wake up and continue work. By the time you are home at nearly 11 p.m., you have about half an hour to do whatever homework you can at the maximum efficiency possible before you pass out. You only see your friends in school and never outside of school. The harsh, conforming nature of your school forces everyone to act alike, dress alike, and behave alike, or otherwise face punishment by teachers and school administration or worse, severe bullying, which is seldom addressed by administration and at times even encouraged for the sake of enforcing conformity. You will have school on Saturday. Vacations are seldom true vacations. Your summer break is spent half the time at school, taking classes that are supposed to be the student's choice but are culturally mandatory. Failing to go will have school officials asking after your child and other parents taking for parenting. You certainly wouldn't want to leave a bad impression that could even potentially find its way to your place of employment, would you? And without giving too much away of my own personal background, I have seen this myself. I have seen this and spoken to those who have experienced this not only in Japan, but also in South Korea and in Thailand and in mainland China. What is all this for? This is your training for the world just as tedious, just as gruesome, with an ever-decreasing reward for your effort. Once you are at work, you will arrive early. You will sing the company song. Even if you have nothing to do, you will stay overtime even if there's nothing to work on. And when you are done with your working day, you will follow your boss to the bar. Drink until you are wasted because you have to in order to save face. And then you will arrive first thing in the morning with a hangover, with everybody else to do it again. Just before bed, if you even have it. And you will serve the shit. You will cry. It is no wonder then that the Japanese population is declining. It is no wonder that Japan has such a problem with suicide. It is no wonder that Japan has a problem with hikikomori, or acute social marker if you want to skip the swap. So let's click away now. In Persona 5, there is a cognitive parallel universe that exists alongside the real universe, and the collective consciousness represents desires and mental. When a person's unconscious has a single powerful desire, that desire turns into a treasure, built around it a cognitive palace. Mementos, which turns out, is a cognitive palace for the entirety of the Japanese culture. The treasure at the bottom of Mementos is the greatest desire. Symbol of wealth and power. The Grail manifests itself as Yaldabaoth, evil god of control. It purports to bring about a golden age, to give the public what it secretly desires. The public doesn't have a social contract, if you will. It inserts itself into the capitalist system around it, of greedy and power-hungry people. Masayoshi Shido, the Sephiroth of the game, the government product of the false god of capital and a greedy society. There's not even a right to speak. The false god is literally wealth and control. The system it inserts itself into is Japanese society without any medical structure. And the Sephiroth, Shido, is a politician. That's the fundamental slaying trope in great RPGs, and the plot into this trope is a critique and expression of life. Modern Japan, as told through the lens of a religious cycle of experience that has occurred in Japan since time immemorial. And this time, the corrupt old god bringing ruin to Japan is capitalism. You haven't it promised? The conspicuous consumption of the 80s has crumbled into the lost half-century. Alright, but wait a moment. If we take just a step back, we can see that not every use of this trope is so charged with political context. At least perhaps not consciously. I can't speak for Masahiro Sakurai, but I don't suspect Mr. Sakurai is trying to offer a critique of capitalism in Kirby's Dream Land 2, where Kirby fights against dark matter, an alien god creature that has possessed a local politician with promises of power. Never mind that. How about Kirby 64, where Kirby confronts dark matter after the alien god creature possesses politician Queen Zeal, I mean the Queen, and takes control of Ripplestar? Or in Kirby in the Forgotten Land, where the alien god creature Fecto Forgo promises a heaven-like land of dreams to a greedy group called the Beast Pack and possesses their leader, Leongar, to do so, all set in a ruined, Earth-like planet called the New World. Or how about Kirby Superstar, which is possibly a Marxist-Leninist critique of the Soviet Union in the late 90s? You know, maybe Kirby isn't the best counter-example. Or maybe I need to ban Little Dark Age from my shuffle playlists. But yes, it's probably not all overtly political. Some of it certainly is, like in Final Fantasy VII, or Metroid, or Persona 5, or Kirby, I guess. But sometimes this trope is just a retelling of the Japanese cycle of history. The cycle of religious history that we've already reviewed. It stretches back even into Japanese mythological record. I'd argue that perhaps the reason this trope is so prevalent in the modern age is because, even subconsciously, it is currently extremely relevant to the Japanese experience, and has been so since the late 80s, when story-driven video games really began to take off. Now Mooney, I can hear you say, this is all very interesting, but there's no precedent for any of this. Isn't it a leap of logic to assume that Japanese media constructs metaphors of such complexity without seemingly voicing these concerns aloud in society? How come I don't know anything about any of this? Well, Japanese media is chock full of this kind of subtle metaphor. There is precedent for this kind of symbolism. Consider Godzilla, long understood to be a filmographic metaphor for the consequences and dangers of atomic weapons, but also as a subtle metaphor for American influence in Japan itself. Or for a more contemporary example, consider Dragon Ball Z. Akira Toriyama, the creator of DBZ, was inspired to create the intergalactic villain Frieza, based on his experiences with real estate speculators during the Japanese economic bubble. Toriyama has stated that real estate speculators are, and and I quote, the worst sort of people. If you are an OG fan of Moon Channel, you may remember what we discussed in the Ace Attorney video. East Asian cultures tend to be non-confrontational and high context, meaning that a lot of cultural context and understanding is required to parse the meaning in language. Japanese literature and media is littered with indirect metaphors, designed in such a way where the message is not lost upon a Japanese audience, while also managing not to offend or cause a loss of face within the context of Japanese communication. In Japan, for example, you might not refuse an unreasonable request directly. Instead, you'd say, "Kento shimasu," I'll consider it. Whereas Japanese symbolism and metaphor tends to be purposefully muted and subtle, however, Western metaphor tends to be more overt. In American games, when we bring up topics like our own displeasure with capitalism, we get Stardew Valley, or The Outer Worlds, or BioShock Infinite. These metaphors really hit you over the head, but that is not the case with Japanese games or media, which is why Final Fantasy VII is so helpful. By Japanese standards, the metaphor present in that game is glaring and obvious, which makes it compelling, mysterious, and thought-provoking by American standards. Which brings us to the penultimate section of this video, a comparison of the god-slaying trope in Eastern and Western games. Japanese critiques of the system in video games, whatever that system might be, tend to be subtle and wrapped around layers of metaphor and nuance. Western critiques in video games tend to be overt, obvious, and blunt. Moon Channel viewers have pointed out that the most obvious reason one might kill a god in a video game is that it is the highest possible escalation of stakes, defeating that which is most powerful. And that does play into the Japanese metaphorical context as well. Only here, that which is most powerful, most insurmountable, is and always has been this system. When we see Western games, though, we experience the god-slaying trope within the Western religious context, mainly the Greco-Roman and Judeo-Christian context. You may recall in the beginning of the video how Japanese religion learned the ideas of immortality, attainment, and enlightenment to godhood via China, and how the development of this idea that an ordinary person could become a god not only by birth, but through great deeds or deep understanding or personal cultivation, led to conflict between the state and religion. The progenitor religion of Western culture, the one we all study in school, Greco-Roman religion, has a similar idea, apotheosis, wherein a mortal can become a god through great deeds. But consider the source of that godhood. One does not attain godhood on one's own, it is granted by another god. Consider Hercules or Heracles. Depending on the interpretation, he was part god as the son of Zeus, or he was granted immortality when he was swept away by Athena to Olympus as he lay on his funeral pyre, intending to burn himself to death. Lemon, who was granted divinity after his mother grabbed him and jumped into the sea to escape the wrath of Hera. Immortality, or godhood, is for the gods to gift to mortals. It is not for mortals to attain on their own. Consider also Judeo-Christian religion. Christianity in particular very substantially shapes Western cultural perceptions. Even if one is not religious, one's cultural understanding in the West is heavily intertwined with Christianity. In all Abrahamic faiths, the only way to immortality is through capital G, God. For all the Christians out there, I'm sure you know the following verse by heart. It's printed on our soda cups, and it's written on the bumper sticker stuck to the back of your mom's Subaru Outback. John 16. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, and whoever believes in him shall never die but have eternal life. Immortality and deification in the West have a source. One is either born with it, or one is granted it by a god or the god, as the case may be. Heracles and Jesus, and salvation. Japanese religious history involves a cycle of false god. A false god in the Japanese case is all the ambiguity between that idea not even one is a god, or one is not a god. One can be an evil god, but because godhood is granted, largely did not. This is reflected in our video game. Kratos, in God of War, is one different. He can move the story along God's Son is not meant to convey some greater, overarching unity. You may have noticed my own rather ambiguous note. There are Western religious traditions that are far more similar to Eastern religions, including but not limited to the idea that one can ascend to godhood on one's own by one's own merit. These religious traditions often find their ways to Japan and get integrated into Japanese games via popular culture. These religious
If I could describe Joshua Graham in 20 seconds, here's how I would do it.
Oh crap! All 2020, I'm banging for Christ. I got a bullet for every nigga that ain't a.
Of all the books that have ever laid claim to the title of the Great American Novel, one tome towers above the rest. Herman Melville's 1851 whaling epic, Moby Dick, is perhaps the essential treatise on the story of America. Melville was America's own Shakespeare or Dostoevsky, a prophet who exposes their native country's pride, violence, and immorality. You probably already know the story, even if you've never cracked its pages. A doomed whaling ship, piloted by the mad Captain Ahab, pursues a bloody quest for revenge against the eponymous White Whale. Moby Dick bit off Ahab's leg, maiming him and instilling in him a burning thirst for vengeance. In pursuit of this revenge, Ahab sacrifices his crew, his ship, and finally his own life. None survive the cursed journey. But saying that Moby Dick is a book about how revenge is bad would be like saying Dr. Strangelove is a movie about how nuclear weapons are bad. Sure, it's technically a true statement, but it also totally misses the bigger picture and the themes these works are expressing.
Mr. President, we must not allow a mine shaft gap. I have a plan. Monsieur!
Because Moby Dick is more than just a novel. It is the ultimate cipher and skeleton key to understanding the history of the United States and the past 3 centuries of Western industrial capitalist society. Consider the subject matter, whaling. When Moby Dick was published, the most widely used hydrocarbon in the world wasn't gasoline. It was whale oil. All around the world, whales were hunted and killed for their blubber, their meat, their bones, and their
I may
spines,
be here when
but
you
most of all,
return.
for their oil. Just as coal and crude oil were the fuels that powered the industrial expansion of the 20th century, whale oil was the fuel that powered the 17 and 1800s. In Moby Dick, America is brought to life in the form of Ahab's ship, the Pequod, so named for the Pequot tribe of indigenous Americans. This tribe was slaughtered by Puritan settlers in the early 1600s, giving rise to what is now the state of Connecticut. In the novel, the 30-man crew of the Pequod are a jumble of races, ethnicities, religions, and political beliefs. The number 30 is especially significant. There were only 30 United States when Moby Dick was published, and slavery was still legal in 15 of them. Despite frequent clashes around identity and social status, this multicultural and diverse crew somehow manages to coexist and function. But like America itself, the dark side is never far removed.
I bring gifts of the
In hunting
night.
Moby Dick,
Gifts
Ahab
you
consecrates a
sorely
black
need.
mass,
May it change your
spurring
fate.
his crew into an unholy frenzy against the spirit of nature itself.
Drink ye, mates. Drink ye, harpooneers, ye that stand the bow of the whaleboat. Drink and swear. Death to Moby Dick. Death! Drink and swear! May God hunt us all if we do not hunt Moby Dick to his death!
Like their captain, every member of
I do mean to explain, but every time I try, I lose the thread.
or who might have the power to stop this madness, say nothing and are silent. and deftness to the game's storytelling.
That woman! I know. She knows our location. Either way, one of these days we're gonna have to kill her. But now is not the time. When the time comes, I'll pull the trigger.
Incomprehensible horse issues a
Mandatory
challenge
codec calls
in the
interrupting the
form
action
of a
are
question.
almost entirely gone, with
What
these conversations
is
relegated to
surviving
optional cassette tapes that
tonight's
can be listened
dares
to
of
at any
eternity?
time. And while the cutscenes make up less of the overall playtime than the previous games in the series, the cinematic sequences of MGS-V benefit enormously from this quality over quantity approach. These cutscenes are masterful with their use of cinematic language, with a visual flair that almost no other game before or since can touch.
Go!
But when it comes to the discourse around this game,
Lust for revenge?
what the hell
Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck Konami. Fuck. Fuck Konami.
The discovery that episode 51 was cut from the game, and director Hideo Kojima's Konami after the game's release, gave rise to a narrative.
Give the wheel a spin,
Money-minded Konami
and the great
had done our
steam
beloved
will bring
Kojimi's
out
dirty.
your opponents.
Abridge or remove huge chunks of MGS, leaving a woefully incomplete final for some other people.
From a churning pool of radiolaria come the Vex.
was booted to MGS3, where he became the end.
The horse is pleased and summons more opponents.
The whole second half of the game, Shell 2, was abridged and cut short. Perhaps most significantly, entire sections of the ending sequence of Metal Gear Solid 2, like scenes showing the Statue of Liberty being destroyed and Manhattan's Battery Park being crushed underneath Arsenal Theater, since the game
The fantastic horse now demands you prove your dexterity on the zany Dares of Eternity obstacle course. downtown Torabottle. Give it up for the Cabal. The horse wishes to witness further combat. Tonight's next opponent, the champion of the Cabal. One door holds your final opponent. The horse insists you guess.
He then embarks on a quest for revenge that will see him carve a path the civil war-racked border region between the Central African nations of Angola. Across the story of both Ground Zeroes slow camera pan and zoom towards a mirror. Very often, imagery is first revealed to the player not by showing the but by showing its reflection. The cutscene cinematography frequently positions opposites of each other. A clash of values, a meeting of and demons whisper.
The Hive draw their blades. Let the final round commence.
In retrospect, it's clear that and I think this is the primary reason why players and critics alike seem to have mostly story and Metal Gear Solid 2.
You are tonight's champion. Please take your winnings and thank you for playing Dares of Eternity. And this is Zer, reminding you to have your ghost spayed or neuter. Good night.
You begin the game with an intro chapter that is pure stealth action pornography, starring the glorious, badass, self-insert wish fulfillment protagonist in full regalia. And as you lay down the thunder on hapless guard after hapless guard, you think to yourself, I am so awesome. But this inciting incident then takes a dark turn, transitioning the story into a much broader and stranger tale. Throughout the rest of the game, the events of the intro are constantly remixed and recontextualized, and given new weight and import. And as the climax strikes, the entire story is revealed to be unreliable narration from an unreliable narrator. The player's identity is stripped away until they can no longer trust the reality unfolding in front of them. And as you stumble away from the battlefield, confused and unsure of anything, including your own identity, you think to yourself, who am I? Who you really are is indeed the central theme of MGSV. What kind of person is your big boss? Is he a kind and philanthropic soul who loves his comrades, never takes a life if he can help it, and spends his spare time creating a shelter home for endangered animals? Or is he the bloody demon of legend, the nuclear-armed monster who murders friend and foe alike without a moment's hesitation? Thanks to the sandbox open-world format and its tremendous emphasis on player freedom, that question is entirely up to you.
Go!
But no matter what kind of big boss you think you are, your freedom turns out to be a meaningless illusion. In its pre-release trailers, the game was hyped to us as the tale that would close the 28-year loop of the Metal Gear saga. We would finally learn how men become demons, and the beloved warrior poet of MGS3 and Peace Walker became the nightmare that haunts every hero and villain in
The great horse demands that you become our lucky contestants. To resist would be unwise on tonight's Dares of Eternity.
and single-handedly rebuild the legend of Big Boss. The first half of The Phantom Pain sees the player recruit and train a new private army, construct a new mother base, be joined by one badass ally after another, and develop equipment and weapons worthy of the greatest super spy the 80s has ever seen.
We are your
Parasites that infect human vocal cords. Get a ton of weapons and gadgets. Introducing new bodies.
Spin the wheel to learn which opponents are about to take the stage.
Glorious. Ultimate trophy. The nuclear age. Have the game ended right here with the triumphant
Please save the last to the fallen.
Again, this bears repeating. Any other game would have ended things here.
The horse demands more from you. I must oblige. The fantastic horse now demands you prove your dexterity
Go
on
on
the
all day.
zany Dares of Eternity obstacle course.
The player is not the big boss. The player is you. At the end of MGSV, the main
In the field.
He believes it too.
Your skin of your teeth escaped from the hospital, and your very identity engineered by a different creeping tentacle of the same Illuminati doomsday that put you in prison in the first place. You've been fighting a phantom enemy this entire time. Your true reason for being is to draw attention away from the real big boss and keep the eyes of the world focused on you. The real big boss is off on a top secret mission, building the glorious.
Pulled from deep within the vault of glass, please welcome the Vex. The horse desires further proof of your abilities. A powerful Vex guards your next challenge. for hiding your final opponent, and the horse shall reward you.
In response to the specter of creeping communism across the Pacific, the U.S. enacted its reverse strikes were outlawed, and public unions.
What a shame. The odds were not in your favor tonight.
Straight up Yakuza were installed in the government. Verse course, Article 9.
A powerful Vex takes the stage. The horse demands, I tell you, to have fun out there. lends you its power. see what treasures will be taking hold. Yes, the vault of the paradise. And so are we, right here on the dead.
At the hands of the demons you helped unleash.
Cypher will rewrite the records, and I will vanish from human memory. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. No one can stop it now. Atlantis will unleash that thirst unto the future.
The most devious trick of this system of control is to convince us that it's all a choice, something we want for ourselves of our own free will. But in reality, it's just another day in a war without end. When I was 14, during an all-night hangout with my high school's anime club, we tore our way through the first Metal Gear Solid. Over the course of one fateful night, that game forever changed the way I look at cinematic storytelling and gaming itself. When I was 15, mere weeks after 9/11 had turned our world upside down, I sought refuge in MGS2. I fell deep into a techno-espionage thriller that forced me to confront how my own love of escapism had blinded me to the powers that rule behind the scenes. When I was 18, deeply depressed and fearful of the future, the hope of playing MGS3 kept me alive. The story of Snake Eater reminded me that the fires of war I was seeing rise around the world were not permanent. Today's enemy could become tomorrow's friend, making our current notions of objective right and wrong seem utterly foolish. When I was 22, I was taking my first tentative steps into a bigger world, but the future had never looked more precarious and uncertain. MGS4 told me to let go of my fears, that even if I felt trapped right now, my life was not set in stone. I could find my way, as long as I kept hope alive. When I was 29, the world had nearly broken me. I was barely a year returned from my time in Russia, and it was clear that even though I was back home, I could never be repatriated. Battling my demons and my addictions while working a terrible tech job that was slowly grinding the life out of me, I was deep in a spiral of anger, regret, and self-loathing.
You too have known loss, and that loss torments you still. You hope hatred might someday replace the pain, but it never goes away. It makes a man hideous, inside and out.
And MGSV arrived right on time. After playing through the game, I spent a lot of time going full never be game over, hunting for every spare bit of symbolism I could find, playing and replaying the same over, trying to parse the meaning of every single cassette tape. But something about the ending still didn't sit right. There was a lingering pain I could not account for, a faint sorrow over the might-have-beens and could-have-beens. You feel it too, don't you? I wanted to make them give back our past. Until finally, the experience made me pause and consider the phantom pains I was carrying around, just as I had carried the Metal Gear Saga with me my entire life. I felt so much pain and sorrow. Did I want to be haunted by loss and regret my entire life? Or was it time, finally, to move on? all an illusion.
One must die, and one must